the more entirely happy. Except perhaps towards the close, one is not so conscious of fiery force as in certain other tragedies, but one is astonished at the apparent ease with which extraordinary effects are produced, the ease, if I may paraphrase Coleridge, of an angel moving with a wave of the hand that heavy matter which men find so intractable. We feel this sovereign ease in contemplating Shakespeare's picture of the world, a vast canvas, crowded with figures, glowing with color and a superb animation, reminding one spectator of Paul Veronese and another of Rubens. We feel it again when we observe, as we can even without consulting Plutarch, the nature of the material, how bulky it was, and, in some respects, how undramatic, and how the artist, though he could not treat history like legend or fiction, seems to push whole masses aside, and to shift and refashion the remainder, almost with the air of an architect playing, at times rather carelessly, with a child's bricks. Something similar is felt even in the portrait of Cleopatra. Marvelous as it is, the drawing of it suggests not so much the passionate concentration or fiery force of Macbeth, as that sense of effortless and exultant mastery which we feel in the portraits of Mercutio and Falstaff. And surely it is a total mistake to find in this portrait any trace of the distempered mood which disturbs our pleasure in Troilus and Cressida. If the sonnets about the Dark Lady were, as need not be doubted, in some degree autobiographical, Shakespeare may well have used his personal experience both when he drew Cressida and when he drew Cleopatra. And, if he did, the story in the later play was the nearer to his own, for Antony might well have said what Troilus could never say, "When my love swears that she is made of truth, I do believe her, though I know she lies." But in the later play, not only is the poet's vision unclouded, but his whole nature, emotional as well as intellectual, is free. The subject no more embitters or seduces him than the ambition of Macbeth. So that here too we feel the angelic strength of which Coleridge speaks. If we quarrelled with the phrase at all, it would be because we fancied we could trace in Shakespeare's attitude something of the irony of superiority, and this may not altogether suit our conception of an angel. I have still another sentence to quote from Coleridge: "The highest praise, or rather form of praise, of this play which I can offer in my own mind, is the doubt which the perusal always occasions in me, whether the Antony and Cleopatra is not, in all exhibitions of a giant power in its strength and vigor of maturity, a formidable rival of Macbeth, Lear, Hamlet and Othello." Now, unless the clause here about the giant power may be taken to restrict the rivalry to the quality of angelic strength, Coleridge's doubt seems to show a lapse in critical judgment. To regard this tragedy as a rival of the famous four, whether on the stage or in the study, is surely an error. The world certainly has not so regarded it, and, though the world's reasons for its verdicts on works of art may be worth little, its mere verdict is worth much. Here, it seems to me, that verdict must be accepted. One may notice that, in calling Antony and Cleopatra wonderful or astonishing, we appear to be thinking first of the artist and his activity, while in the case of the four famous tragedies it is the product of this activity, the thing presented, that first engrosses us. I know that I am stating this difference too sharply, but I believe that it is often felt, and, if this is so, the fact is significant. It implies that, although Antony and Cleopatra may be for us as wonderful an achievement as the greatest of Shakespeare's plays, it has not an equal value. Besides, in the attempt to rank it with them there is involved something more, and more important, than an error in valuation. There is a failure to discriminate the peculiar marks of Antony and Cleopatra itself, marks which, whether or no it be the equal of the earlier tragedies, make it decidedly different. If I speak first of some of these differences, it is because they thus contribute to the individuality of the play, and because they seem often not to be distinctly apprehended in criticism. 1. Why, let us begin by asking, is Antony and Cleopatra, though so wonderful an achievement, a play rarely acted? For a tragedy, it is not painful. Though unfit for children, it cannot be called indecent. Some slight omissions, and such a flattening of the heroine's part as might confidently be expected, would leave it perfectly presentable. It is, no doubt, in the third and fourth acts, very defective in construction. Even on the Elizabethan stage, where scene followed scene without a pause, this must have been felt, and in our theatres it would be felt much more. There, in fact, these 42 scenes could not possibly be acted as they stand. But defective construction would not distress the bulk of an audience, if the matter presented were that of Hamlet or Othello, of Lear or Macbeth. The matter, then, must lack something which is present in those tragedies, and it is mainly owing to this difference in substance that Antony and Cleopatra has never attained their popularity either on the stage or off it. Most of Shakespeare's tragedies are dramatic, in a special sense of the word as well as in its general sense, from beginning to end. The story is not merely exciting and impressive from the movement of conflicting forces towards a terrible issue, but from time to time there come situations and events which, even apart from their bearing on this issue, appeal most powerfully to the dramatic feelings, scenes of action or passion which agitate the audience with alarm, horror, painful expectation, or absorbing sympathies and antipathies. Think of the street fights in Romeo and Juliet, the killing of Mercutio and Tybalt, the rapture of the lovers, and their despair when Romeo is banished. Think of the ghost scenes in the first act of Hamlet, the passion of the early soliloquies, the scene between Hamlet and Ophelia, the play scene, the sparing of the king at prayer, the killing of Polonius. Is not Hamlet, if you choose so to regard it, the best melodrama in the world? Think at your leisure of Othello, Lear, and Macbeth from the same point of view, but consider here and now even the two tragedies which, as dealing with Roman history, are companions of Antony and Cleopatra. Recall in Julius Caesar the first suggestion of the murder, the preparation for it in a tempest dropping fire, the murder itself, the speech of Antony over the corpse, and the tumult of the furious crowd, in Coriolanus the bloody battles on the stage, the scene in which the hero attains the consulship, the scene of rage in which he is banished. And remember that in each of these 7 tragedies the matter referred to is contained in the first 3 acts. In the first 3 acts of our play, what is there resembling this? Almost nothing. People converse, discuss, accuse one another, excuse themselves, mock, describe, drink together, arrange a marriage, meet and part, but they do not kill, do not even tremble or weep. We see hardly one violent movement. Until the Battle of Actium is over, we witness scarcely any vehement passion, and that battle, as it is a naval action, we do not see. Even later, Enobarbus, when he dies, simply dies, he does not kill himself. 2 We hear wonderful talk, but it is not talk, like that of Macbeth and Lady Macbeth, or that of Othello and Iago, at which we hold our breath. The scenes that we remember first are those that portray Cleopatra coquetting, tormenting, beguiling her lover to stay, Cleopatra left with her women and longing for him, Cleopatra receiving the news of his marriage, Cleopatra questioning the messenger about Octavia's personal appearance. But this is to say that the scenes we remember first are the least indispensable to the plot. One at least is not essential to it at all. And this, the astonishing scene where she storms at the messenger, strikes him, and draws her dagger on him, is the one passage in the first half of the drama that contains either an explosion of passion or an exciting bodily action. Nor is this all. The first half of the play, though it forebodes tragedy, is not decisively tragic in tone. Certainly the Cleopatra scenes are not so. We read them, and we should witness them, in delighted wonder and even with amusement. The only scene that can vie with them, that of the revel on Pompey's ship, though full of menace, is in great part humorous. Enobarbus, in this part of the play, is always humorous. Even later, when the tragic tone is deepening, the whipping of Tereus, in spite of Antony's rage, moves mirth. A play of which all this can truly be said may well be as masterly as Othello or Macbeth, and more delightful, but, in the greater part of its course, it cannot possibly excite the same emotions. It makes no attempt to do so, and to regard it as though it made this attempt is to miss its specific character and the intention of its author. That character depends only in part on Shakespeare's fidelity to his historical authority, a fidelity which, I may remark, is often greatly exaggerated. For Shakespeare did not merely present the story of 10 years as though it occupied perhaps 1/5 of that time, nor did he merely invent freely, but in critical places he effected startling changes in the order and combination of events. Still it may be said that, dealing with a history so famous, he could not well make the first half of his play very exciting, moving, or tragic. And this is true so far as mere situations and events are concerned. But, if he had chosen, he might easily have heightened the tone and tension in another way. He might have made the story of Antony's attempt to break his bondage, and the story of his relapse, extremely exciting, by portraying with all his force the severity of the struggle and the magnitude of the fatal step. And the structure of the play might seem at first to suggest this intention. At the opening, Antony is shown almost in the beginning of his infatuation, for Cleopatra is not sure of her power over him, exerts all her fascination to detain him, and plays the part of the innocent victim who has yielded to passion and must now expect to be deserted by her seducer. Alarmed and ashamed at the news of the results of his inaction, he rouses himself, tears himself away, and speeds to Italy. His very coming is enough to frighten Pompey into peace. He reconciles himself with Octavius, and, by his marriage with the good and beautiful Octavia, seems to have knit a bond of lasting amity with her brother, and to have guarded himself against the passion that threatened him with ruin. At this point his power, the world's peace, and his own peace, appear to be secured. His fortune has mounted to its apex. But soon, very much sooner than in Plutarch's story, comes the downward turn or counterstroke. New causes of offense arise between the brothers-in-law. To remove them, Octavia leaves her husband in Athens and hurries to Rome. Immediately Antony returns to Cleopatra and, surrendering himself at once and wholly to her enchantment, is quickly driven to his doom. Now Shakespeare, I say, with his matchless power of depicting an inward struggle, might have made this story, even where it could not furnish him with thrilling incidents, the source of powerful tragic emotions, and, in doing so, he would have departed from his authority merely in his conception of the hero's character. But he does no such thing till the catastrophe is near. Antony breaks away from Cleopatra without any strenuous conflict. No serious doubt of his return is permitted to agitate us. We are almost assured of it through the impression made on us by Octavius, through occasional glimpses into Antony's mind, through the absence of any doubt in Enobarbus, through scenes in Alexandria which display Cleopatra and display her irresistible. And, finally, the downward turn itself, the fatal step of Antony's return, is shown without the slightest emphasis. Nay, it is not shown, it is only reported, and not a line portrays any inward struggle preceding it. On this side also, then, the drama makes no attempt to rival the other tragedies, and it was essential to its own peculiar character and its most transcendent effects that this attempt should not be made, but that Antony's passion should be represented as a force which he could hardly even desire to resist. By the very scheme of the work, therefore, tragic impressions of any great volume or depth were reserved for the last stage of the conflict, while the main interest, down to the Battle of Actium, was directed to matters exceedingly interesting and even, in the wider sense, dramatic, but not overtly either terrible or piteous, on the one hand, to the political aspect of the story, on the other, to the personal causes which helped to make the issue inevitable. To the political situation and its development are simple. The story is taken up almost where it was left, years before, in Julius Caesar. There Brutus and Cassius, to prevent the rule of one man, assassinate Caesar. Their purpose is condemned to failure, not merely because they make mistakes, but because that political necessity which Napoleon identified with destiny requires the rule of one man. They spill Caesar's blood, but his spirit walks abroad and turns their swords against their own breasts, and the world is left divided among three men, his friends and his heir. Here Antony and Cleopatra takes up the tale, and its business, from this point of view, is to show the reduction of these three to one. That Lepidus will not be this one was clear already in Julius Caesar, it must be Octavius or Antony. Both ambitious, they are also men of such opposite tempers that they would scarcely long agree even if they wished to, and even if destiny were not stronger than they. As it is, one of them has fixed his eyes on the end, sacrifices everything for it, uses everything as a means to it. The other, though far the greater soldier and worshipped by his followers, has no such singleness of aim, nor yet is power, however desirable to him, the most desirable thing in the world. At the beginning he is risking it for love, at the end he has lost his half of the world, and lost his life, and Octavius rules alone. Whether Shakespeare had this clearly in his mind is a question neither answerable nor important. This is what came out of his mind. Shakespeare, I think, took little interest in the character of Octavius, and he has not made it wholly clear. It is not distinct in Plutarch's Life of Antony, and I have not found traces that the poet studied closely the life of Octavius included in North's volume. To Shakespeare he is one of those men, like Bolingbroke and Ulysses, who have plenty of judgment and not much blood. Victory in the world, according to the poet, almost always goes to such men, and he makes us respect, fear, and dislike them. His Octavius is very formidable. His cold determination half paralyzes Antony, it is so even in Julius Caesar. In Antony and Cleopatra Octavius is more than once in the wrong, but he never admits it, he silently pushes his rival a step backward, and, when he ceases to fear, he shows contempt. He neither enjoys war nor is great in it, at first, therefore, he is anxious about the power of Pompey, and stands in need of Antony. As soon as Antony's presence has served his turn, and he has patched up a union with him and seen him safely off to Athens, he destroys first Pompey and next Lepidus. Then, dexterously using Antony's faithlessness to Octavia and excesses in the East in order to put himself in the right, he makes for his victim with admirable celerity while he is still drunk with the joy of reunion with Cleopatra. For his ends Octavius is perfectly efficient, but he is so partly from his limitations. One phrase of his is exceedingly characteristic. When Antony in rage and desperation challenges him to single combat, Octavius calls him the old ruffian. There is a horrid aptness in the phrase, but it disgusts us. It is shameful in this boy, as hard and smooth as polished steel, to feel at such a time nothing of the greatness of his victim and the tragedy of his victim's fall. Though the challenge of Antony is absurd, we would give much to see them sword to sword. And when Cleopatra by her death cheats the conqueror of his prize, we feel unmixed delight. The doubtful point in the character is this. Plutarch says that Octavius was reported to love his sister dearly, and Shakespeare's Octavius several times expresses such love. When, then, he proposed the marriage with Antony, for of course it was he who spoke through Agrippa. Was he honest, or was he laying a trap and, in doing so, sacrificing his sister? Did he hope the marriage would really unite him with his brother-in-law, or did he merely mean it to be a source of future differences, or did he calculate that, whether it secured peace or dissension, it would in either case bring him great advantage? Shakespeare, who was quite as intelligent as his readers, must have asked himself some such question, but he may not have cared to answer it even to himself, and, in any case, he has left the actor, at least the actor in days later than his own, to choose an answer. If I were forced to choose, I should take the view that Octavius was, at any rate, not wholly honest, partly because I think it best suits Shakespeare's usual way of conceiving a character of the kind, partly because Plutarch construed in this manner Octavius's behavior in regard to his sister at a later time, and this hint might naturally influence the poet's way of imagining his earlier action. 3 Though the character of Octavius is neither attractive nor wholly clear, his figure is invested with a certain tragic dignity, because he is felt to be the man of destiny, the agent of forces against which the intentions of an individual would avail nothing. He is represented as having himself some feeling of this sort. His lament over Antony, his grief that their stars were irreconcilable, may well be genuine, though we should be surer if it were uttered in soliloquy. His austere words to Octavia again probably speak his true mind: "Be you not troubled with the time, which drives o'er your content these strong necessities, but let determined things to destiny hold unbewailed their way." In any case, the feeling of fate comes through to us. It is aided by slight touches of supernatural effect, first in the soothsayer's warning to Antony that his genius or angel is overpowered whenever he is near Octavius, then in the strangely effective scene where Antony's soldiers, in the night before his last battle, hear music in the air or under the earth, tease the god Hercules, whom Antony loved, now leaves him. And to the influence of this feeling in giving impressiveness to the story is added that of the immense scale and worldwide issue of the conflict. Even the distances traversed by fleets and armies enhance this effect. And yet there seems to be something half-hearted in Shakespeare's appeal here, something even ironical in his presentation of this conflict. Its external magnitude, like Antony's magnificence in lavishing realms and gathering the kings of the East in his support, fails to uplift or dilate the imagination. The struggle in Lear's little island seems to us to have an infinitely wider scope. It is here that we are sometimes reminded of Troilus and Cressida, and the cold and disenchanting light that is there cast on the Trojan War. The spectacle which he portrays leaves Shakespeare quite undeceived. He even makes it appear inwardly small. The lordship of the world, we ask ourselves, what is it worth, and in what spirit do these world-sharers contend for it? They are no champions of their country like Henry V. The conqueror knows not even the glory of battle. Their aims, for all we see, are as personal as if they were captains of banditti, and they are followed merely from self-interest or private attachment. The scene on Pompey's galley is full of this irony. 1/3 part of the world is carried drunk to bed. In the midst of this mock boon companionship, the pirate whispers to his leader to cut first the cable of his ship and then the throats of the 2 other emperors, and at the moment we should not greatly care if Pompey took the advice. Later, a short scene, totally useless to the plot and purely satiric in its purport, is slipped in to show how Ventidius fears to pursue his Parthian conquests because it is not safe for Antony's lieutenant to outdo his master. For a painful sense of hollowness oppresses us. We know too well what must happen in a world so splendid, so false, and so petty. We turn for relief from the political game to those who are sure to lose it, to those who love some human being better than a prize, to Eros and Charmian and Ias, to Enobarbus, whom the world corrupts, but who has a heart that can break with shame, to the lovers, who seem to us to find in death something better than their victor's life. This presentation of the outward conflict has 2 results. First, it blunts our feeling of the greatness of Antony's fall from prosperity. Indeed, this feeling, which we might expect to be unusually acute, is hardly so. It is less acute, for example, than the like feeling in the case of Richard II, who loses so much smaller a realm. Our deeper sympathies are focused rather on Antony's heart, on the inward fall to which the enchantment of passion leads him, and the inward recovery which succeeds it. And the second result is this. The greatness of Antony and Cleopatra in their fall is so much heightened by contrast with the world they lose and the conqueror who wins it, that the positive element in the final tragic impression, the element of reconciliation, is strongly emphasized. The peculiar effect of the drama depends partly, as we have seen, on the absence of decidedly tragic scenes and events in its first half, but it depends quite as much on this emphasis. In any Shakespearean tragedy we watch some elect spirit colliding, partly through its error and defect, with a superhuman power which bears it down, and yet we feel that this spirit, even in the error and defect, rises by its greatness into ideal union with the power that overwhelms it. In some tragedies this latter feeling is relatively weak. In Antony and Cleopatra it is unusually strong, stronger, with some readers at least, than the fear and grief and pity with which they contemplate the tragic error and the advance of doom. 3. The 2 aspects of the tragedy are presented together in the opening scene. Here is the first. In Cleopatra's palace, one friend of Antony is describing to another, just arrived from Rome, the dotage of their great general, and, as the lovers enter, he exclaims, "Look, where they come, take but good note, and you shall see in him the triple pillar of the world transformed into a strumpet's fool, behold and see." With the next words the other aspect appears, Cleo. If it be love indeed, tell me how much. And there's beggary in the love that can be reckoned. Cleo. I'll set a bourne how far to be beloved. And then must thou needs find out new heaven, new earth. And directly after, when he is provoked by reminders of the news from Rome, let Rome in Tiber melt, and the wide arch of the ranged empire fall. Here is my space. Kingdoms are clay, our dungy earth alike feeds beast as man, the nobleness of life is to do thus. Here is the tragic excess, but with it the tragic greatness, the capacity of finding in something the infinite, and of pursuing it into the jaws of death. The two aspects are shown here with the exaggeration proper in dramatic characters. Neither the phrase a strumpet's fool nor the assertion the nobleness of life is to do thus answers to the total effect of the play. But the truths they exaggerate are equally essential, and the commoner mistake in criticism is to understate the second. It is plain that the love of Antony and Cleopatra is destructive, that in some way it clashes with the nature of things, that, while they are sitting in their paradise like gods, its walls move inward and crush them at last to death. This is no invention of moralizing critics, it is in the play, and anyone familiar with Shakespeare would expect beforehand to find it there. But then to forget because of it the other side, to deny the name of love to this ruinous passion, to speak as though the lovers had utterly missed the good of life, is to mutilate the tragedy and to ignore a great part of its effect upon us. For we sympathize with them in their passion, we feel in it the infinity there is in man, even while we acquiesce in their defeat we are exulting in their victory, and when they have vanished we say, the odds is gone, and there is nothing left remarkable beneath the visiting moon. Though we hear nothing from Shakespeare of the cruelty of Plutarch's Antony, or of the misery caused by his boundless profusion, we do not feel the hero of the tragedy to be a man of the noblest type, like Brutus, Hamlet, or Othello. He seeks power merely for himself, and uses it for his own pleasure. He is in some respects unscrupulous, and, while it would be unjust to regard his marriage exactly as if it were one in private life, we resent his treatment of Octavia, whose character Shakespeare was obliged to leave a mere sketch, lest our feeling for the hero and heroine should be too much chilled. Yet, for all this, we sympathize warmly with Antony, are greatly drawn to him, and are inclined to regard him as a noble nature half spoiled by his time. It is a large, open, generous, expansive nature, quite free from envy, capable of great magnanimity, even of entire devotion. Antony is unreserved, naturally straightforward, we may almost say simple. He can admit faults, accept advice and even reproof, take a jest against himself with good humor. He is courteous to Lepidus, for example, whom Octavius treats with cold contempt, and, though he can be exceedingly dignified, he seems to prefer a blunt though sympathetic plainness, which is one cause of the attachment of his soldiers. He has none of the faults of the brooder, the sentimentalist, or the man of principle. His nature tends to splendid action and lusty enjoyment. But he is neither a mere soldier nor a mere sensualist. He has imagination, the temper of an artist who revels in abundant and rejoicing appetites, feasts his senses on the glow and richness of life, flings himself into its mirth and revelry, yet feels the poetry in all this, and is able also to put it by and be more than content with the hardships of adventure. Such a man could never have sought a crown by a murder like Macbeth's, or, like Brutus, have killed on principle the man who loved him, or have lost the world for a Cressida. Beside this strain of poetry he has a keen intellect, a swift perception of the lie of things, and much quickness in shaping a course to suit them. In Julius Caesar he shows this after the assassination, when he appears as a dexterous politician as well as a warm-hearted friend. He admires what is fine, and can fully appreciate the nobility of Brutus, but he is sure that Brutus's ideas are moonshine, that, as he says in our play, Brutus is mad, and, since his mighty friend, who was incomparably the finest thing in the world, has perished, he sees no reason why the inheritance should not be his own. Full of sorrow, he yet uses his sorrow like an artist to work on others, and greets his success with the glee of a successful adventurer. In the earlier play he proves himself a master of eloquence, and especially of pathos, and he does so again in the later. With a few words about his fall he draws tears from his followers and even from the caustic humorist Enobarbus. Like Richard II, he sees his own fall with the eyes of a poet, but a poet much greater than the young Shakespeare, who could never have written Antony's marvelous speech about the sunset clouds. But we listen to Antony, as we do not to Richard, with entire sympathy, partly because he is never unmanly, partly because he himself is sympathetic and longs for sympathy. The first of living soldiers, an able politician, a most persuasive orator, Antony nevertheless was not born to rule the world. He enjoys being a great man, but he has not the love of rule for rule's sake. Power for him is chiefly a means to pleasure. The pleasure he wants is so huge that he needs a huge power, but half the world, even a third of it, would suffice. He will not pocket wrongs, but he shows not the slightest wish to get rid of his fellow triumvirs and reign alone. He never minded being subordinate to Julius Caesar. By women he is not only attracted but governed. From the effect of Cleopatra's taunts we can see that he had been governed by Fulvia. Nor has he either the patience or the steadfastness of a born ruler. He contends fitfully, and is prone to take the step that is easiest at the moment. This is the reason why he consents to marry Octavia. It seems the shortest way out of an awkward situation. He does not intend even to try to be true to her. He will not think of the distant consequences. A man who loved power as much as thousands of insignificant people love it, would have made a sterner struggle than Antony's against his enchantment. He can hardly be said to struggle at all. He brings himself to leave Cleopatra only because he knows he will return. In every moment of his absence, whether he wake or sleep, a siren music in his blood is singing him back to her, and to this music, however he may be occupied, the soul within his soul leans and listens. The joy of life had always culminated for him in the love of women. He could say no to none of them. Of Octavia herself he speaks like a poet. When he meets Cleopatra he finds his absolute. She satisfies, nay glorifies, his whole being. She intoxicates his senses. Her wiles, her taunts, her furies and meltings, her laughter and tears, bewitch him all alike. She loves what he loves, and she surpasses him. She can drink him to his bed, outjest his practical jokes, outact the best actress who ever amused him, outdazzle his own magnificence. She is his playfellow, and yet a great queen. Angling in the river, playing billiards, flourishing the sword he used at Philippi, hopping 40 paces in a public street, she remains an enchantress. Her spirit is made of wind and flame, and the poet in him worships her no less than the man. He is under no illusion about her, knows all her faults, sees through her wiles, believes her capable of betraying him. It makes no difference. She is his heart's desire made perfect. To love her is what he was born for. What have the gods in heaven to say against it? To imagine heaven is to imagine her, to die is to rejoin her. To deny that this is love is the madness of morality. He gives her every atom of his heart. She destroys him. Shakespeare, availing himself of the historic fact, portrays, on Antony's return to her, the suddenness and the depth of his descent. In spite of his own knowledge, the protests of his captains, the entreaties even of a private soldier, he fights by sea simply and solely because she wishes it. Then in mid-battle, when she flies, he deserts navy and army and his faithful thousands and follows her. I never saw an action of such shame, cries Scarus, and we feel the dishonor of the hero keenly. Then Shakespeare begins to raise him again. First, his own overwhelming sense of shame redeems him. Next, we watch the rage of the dying lion. Then the mere sally before the final defeat, a sally dismissed by Plutarch in 3 lines, is magnified into a battle, in which Antony displays to us, and himself feels for the last time, the glory of his soldiership. And, throughout, the magnanimity and gentleness which shine through his desperation endear him to us. How beautiful is his affection for his followers and even for his servants, and the devotion they return. How noble his reception of the news that Enobarbus has deserted him. How touchingly significant the refusal of Eros either to kill him or survive him. How pathetic and even sublime the completeness of his love for Cleopatra. His anger is born and dies in an hour. One tear, one kiss, outweighs his ruin. He believes she has sold him to his enemy, yet he kills himself because he hears that she is dead. When, dying, he learns that she has deceived him once more, no thought of reproach crosses his mind, he simply asks to be carried to her. He knows well that she is not capable of dying because he dies, but that does not sting him, when, in his last agony, he calls for wine that he may gain a moment's strength to speak, it is to advise her for the days to come. Shakespeare borrowed from Plutarch the final speech of Antony. It is fine, but it is not miraculous. The miraculous speeches belong only to his own hero. I am dying, Egypt, dying, only I hear importune death a while, until of many thousand kisses the poor last I lay upon thy lips, or the first words he utters when he hears of Cleopatra's death, unarm, Eros, the long day's task is done, and we must sleep. If he meant the task of statesman and warrior, that is not what his words mean to us. They remind us of words more familiar and less great, no rest but the grave for the pilgrim of love. And he is more than love's pilgrim, he is love's martyr. For to reserve a fragment of an hour for Cleopatra, if it were not palpably absurd, would seem an insult. If only one could hear her own remarks upon it. But I had to choose between this absurdity and the plan of giving her the whole hour, and to that plan there was one fatal objection. She has been described, by Ten Brink, as a courtesan of genius. So brief a description must needs be incomplete, and Cleopatra never forgets, nor, if we read aright, do we forget, that she is a great queen. Still the phrase is excellent, only a public lecture is no occasion for the full analysis and illustration of the character it describes. Shakespeare has paid Cleopatra a unique compliment. The hero dies in the fourth act, and the whole of the fifth is devoted to the heroine. 5 In that act she becomes unquestionably a tragic character, but, it appears to me, not till then. This, no doubt, is a heresy, but as I cannot help holding it, and as it is connected with the remarks already made on the first half of the play, I will state it more fully. Cleopatra stands in a group with Hamlet and Falstaff. We might join with the Iago if he were not decidedly their inferior in one particular quality. They are inexhaustible. You feel that, if they were alive and you spent your whole life with them, their infinite variety could never be staled by custom. They would continue every day to surprise, perplex, and delight you. Shakespeare has bestowed on each of them, though they differ so much, his own originality, his genius. He has given it most fully to Hamlet, to whom none of the chambers of experience is shut, and perhaps more of it to Cleopatra than to Falstaff. Nevertheless, if we ask whether Cleopatra, in the first 4 acts, is a tragic figure like Hamlet, we surely cannot answer yes. Naturally it does not follow that she is a comic figure like Falstaff. This would be absurd, for, even if she were ridiculous like Falstaff, she is not ridiculous to herself. She is no humorist. And yet there is a certain likeness. She shares a weakness with Falstaff, vanity, and when she displays it, as she does quite naively, for instance, in the second interview with the messenger, she does become comic. Again, though like Falstaff she is irresistible and carries us away no less than the people around her, we are secretly aware, in the midst of our delight, that her empire is built on sand. And finally, as his love for the prince gives dignity and pathos to Falstaff in his overthrow, so what raises Cleopatra at last into pure tragedy is, in part, that which some critics have denied her, her love for Antony. Many unpleasant things can be said of Cleopatra, and the more that are said the more wonderful she appears. The exercise of sexual attraction is the element of her life, and she has developed nature into a consummate art. When she cannot exert it on the present lover she imagines its effects on him in absence. Longing for the living, she remembers with pride and joy the dead, and the past which the furious Antony holds up to her as a picture of shame is, for her, glory. She cannot see an ambassador, scarcely even a messenger, without desiring to bewitch him. Her mind is saturated with this element. If she is dark, it is because the sun himself has been amorous of her. Even when death is close at hand, she imagines his touch as a lover's. She embraces him that she may overtake Aias and gain Antony's first kiss in the other world. She lives for feeling. Her feelings are, so to speak, sacred, and pain must not come near her. She has tried numberless experiments to discover the easiest way to die. Her body is exquisitely sensitive, and her emotions marvelously swift. They are really so, but she exaggerates them so much, and exhibits them so continually for effect, that some readers fancy them merely feigned. They are all important, and everybody must attend to them. She announces to her women that she is pale, or sick and sullen. They must lead her to her chamber but must not speak to her. She is as strong and supple as a leopard, can drink down a master of revelry, can raise her lover's helpless heavy body from the ground into her tower with the aid only of 2 women, yet, when he is sitting apart sunk in shame, she must be supported into his presence. She cannot stand, her head droops, she will die, it is the opinion of Eros, unless he comforts her. When she hears of his marriage and has discharged her rage, she bids her women bear her away. She faints, at least she would faint, but that she remembers various questions she once put to the messenger about Octavia. Enobarbus has seen her die 20 times upon far poorer moment than the news that Antony is going to Rome. Some of her feelings are violent, and, unless for a purpose, she does not dream of restraining them. Her sighs and tears are winds and waters, storms and tempests. At times, as when she threatens to give Charmian bloody teeth, or hails the luckless messenger up and down by the hair, strikes him and draws her knife on him, she resembles, if I dare say it, doll tear sheet sublimated. She is a mother, but the threat of Octavius to destroy her children if she takes her own life passes by her like the wind, a point where Shakespeare contradicts Plutarch. She ruins a great man, but shows no sense of the tragedy of his ruin. The anguish of spirit that appears in his language to his servants is beyond her. She has to ask Enobarbus what he means. Can we feel sure that she would not have sacrificed him if she could have saved herself by doing so? It is not even certain that she did not attempt it. Antony himself believes that she did, that the fleet went over to Octavius by her orders. That she and her people deny the charge proves nothing. The best we can say is that, if it were true, Shakespeare would have made that clear. She is willing also to survive her lover. Her first thought, to follow him after the high Roman fashion, is too great for her. She would live on if she could, and would cheat her victor too of the best part of her fortune. The thing that drives her to die is the certainty that she will be carried to Rome to grace his triumph. That alone decides her. 6 The marvelous thing is that the knowledge of all this makes hardly more difference to us than it did to Antony. It seems to us perfectly natural, nay, in a sense perfectly right, that her lover should be her slave, that her women should adore her and die with her, that Enobarbus, who foresaw what must happen, and who opposes her wishes and braves her anger, should talk of her with rapture and feel no bitterness against her, that Delibola, after a minute's conversation, should betray to her his master's intention and enable her to frustrate it. And when Octavius shows himself proof against her fascination, instead of admiring him we turn from him with disgust and think him a disgrace to his species. Why? It is not that we consider him bound to fall in love with her. Enobarbus did not, Delibola did not, we ourselves do not. The feeling she inspires was felt then, and is felt now, by women no less than men, and would have been shared by Octavia herself. Doubtless she wrought magic on the senses, but she had not extraordinary beauty, like Helen's, such beauty as seems divine. 7 Plutarch says so. The man who wrote the sonnets to the Dark Lady would have known it for himself. He goes out of his way to add to her age, and tells us of her wrinkles and the waning of her lip. But Enobarbus, in his very mockery, calls her a wonderful piece of work. Delibola interrupts her with the cry, "Most sovereign creature," and we echo it. And yet Octavius, face to face with her and listening to her voice, can think only how best to trap her and drag her to public dishonor in the streets of Rome. We forgive him only for his words when he sees her dead. She looks like sleep, as she would catch another Antony in her strong toil of grace. And the words, I confess, sound to me more like Shakespeare's than his. That which makes her wonderful and sovereign laughs at definition, but she herself came nearest naming it when, in the final speech, a passage surpassed in poetry, if at all, only by the final speech of Othello, she cries, I am fire and air, my other elements I give to baser life. The fire and air which at death break from union with those other elements, transfigured them during her life, and still convert into engines of enchantment the very things for which she is condemned. I can refer only to one. She loves Antony. We should marvel at her less and love her more if she loved him more, loved him well enough to follow him at once to death, but it is to blunder strangely to doubt that she loved him, or that her glorious description of him, though it was also meant to work on Delibola, came from her heart. Only the spirit of fire and air within her refuses to be trammelled or extinguished, burns its way through the obstacles of fortune and even through the resistance of her love and grief, and would lead her undaunted to fresh life and the conquest of new worlds. It is this which makes her strong toil of grace unbreakable, speaks in her brows bent and every tone and movement, glorifies the arts and the rages which in another would merely disgust or amuse us, and, in the final scenes of her life, flames into such brilliance that we watch her entranced as she struggles for freedom, and thrilled with triumph as, conquered, she puts her conqueror to scorn and goes to meet her lover in the splendor that crowned and robed her long ago, when her barge burnt on the water like a burnished throne, and she floated to Cydnus on the enamored stream to take him captive forever. 8 Why is it that, Although we close the book in a triumph which is more than reconciliation, this is mingled, as we look back on the story, with a sadness so peculiar, almost the sadness of disenchantment. Is it that, when the glow has faded, Cleopatra's ecstasy comes to appear, I would not say factitious, but an effort strained and prodigious as well as glorious, not, like Othello's last speech, the final expression of character, of thoughts and emotions which have dominated a whole life? Perhaps this is so, but there is something more, something that sounds paradoxical. We are saddened by the very fact that the catastrophe saddens us so little. It pains us that we should feel so much triumph and pleasure. In Romeo and Juliet, Hamlet, Othello, though in a sense we accept the deaths of hero and heroine, we feel a keen sorrow. We look back, think how noble or beautiful they were, wish that fate had opposed to them a weaker enemy, dream possibly of the life they might then have led. Here we can hardly do this. With all our admiration and sympathy for the lovers, we do not wish them to gain the world. It is better for the world's sake, and not less for their own, that they should fail and die. At the very first they came before us, unlike those others, unlike Coriolanus and even Macbeth, in a glory already tarnished, half ruined by their past. Indeed, one source of strange and most unusual effect in their story is that this marvelous passion comes to adepts in the experience and art of passion, who might be expected to have worn its charm away. Its splendor dazzles us, but, when the splendor vanishes, we do not mourn, as we mourn for the love of Romeo or Othello, that a thing so bright and good should die. And the fact that we mourn so little saddens us. A comparison of Shakespearean tragedies seems to prove that the tragic emotions are stirred in the fullest possible measure only when such beauty or nobility of character is displayed as commands unreserved admiration or love, or when, in default of this, the forces which move the agents, and the conflict which results from these forces, attain a terrifying and overwhelming power. The four most famous tragedies satisfy one or both of these conditions. Antony and Cleopatra, though a great tragedy, satisfies neither of them completely. But to say this is not to criticize it. It does not attempt to satisfy these conditions, and then fail in the attempt. It attempts something different, and succeeds as triumphantly as Othello itself. In doing so it gives us what no other tragedy can give, and it leaves us, no less than any other, lost in astonishment at the powers which created it. 1905. Note: we are to understand, surely, that Enobarbus dies of thought, melancholy or grief, and has no need to seek a swifter mean. Compare 4. 634. Seek, with the death scene and his address there to the moon as the sovereign mistress of true melancholy, 4:9. Compare also 3. 13, where, to Cleopatra's question after Actium, "What shall we do, Enobarbus?" he answers, "Think, and die." The character of Enobarbus is practically an invention of Shakespeare's. The death scene, I may add, is one of the many passages which prove that he often wrote what pleased his imagination but would lose half its effect in the theatre. The darkness and moonlight could not be represented on a public stage in his time. Note B. The scene is the first of the third act. Here Ventidius says, Caesar and Antony have ever one more in their officer than person, Sosius, one of my place in Syria, his lieutenant, for quick accumulation of renown, which he achieved by the minute, lost his favor. Plutarch, North, Sec. 19, says that Sosius, one of Antonius' lieutenants in Syria, did notable good service, but I cannot find in him the further statement that Sosius lost Antony's favor. I presume it is Shakespeare's invention, but I call attention to it on the bare chance that it may be found elsewhere than in Plutarch, when it would point to Shakespeare's use of a second authority. Note C. Since this lecture was published, Quarterly Review, April, 1906, two notable editions of Antony and Cleopatra have been produced. Nothing recently written on Shakespeare, I venture to say, shows more thorough scholarship or better judgment than Mr. Case's edition in the Arden series, and Dr. Furness has added to the immense debt which students of Shakespeare owe to him, and, if that is possible, to the admiration and respect with which they regard him, by the appearance of Antony and Cleopatra in his new Variorum edition. On one question about Cleopatra, both editors, Mr. Case more tentatively and Dr. Furness very decidedly, dissent from the interpretation given in the last pages of my lecture. The question is how we are to understand the fact that, although on Antony's death Cleopatra expresses her intention of following him, she does not carry out this intention until she has satisfied herself that Octavius means to carry her to Rome to grace his triumph. Though I do not profess to feel certain that my interpretation is right, it still seems to me a good deal the most probable, and therefore I have not altered what I wrote. But my object here is not to defend my view or to criticize other views, but merely to call attention to the discussion of the subject in Mr. Case's introduction and Dr. Furness's preface. Note D. Shakespeare, it seems clear, imagined Cleopatra as a gypsy. And this, I would suggest, may be the explanation of a word which has caused much difficulty. Antony, when all is lost, exclaims, 4x38 Oh, this false soul of Egypt, this grave charm, whose I becked ye forth my wars, and called ye them home, whose bosom was my crownet, my chief end, like a right gypsy, at fast and loose, beguiled ye me to the very heart of loss. Pope changed grave in the first line into gay. Others conjecture great and grand. Stevens says that grave means deadly and that the word is often used by Chapman thus, and one of his two quotations supports his statement, but certainly in Shakespeare the word does not elsewhere bear this sense. It could mean majestic as Johnson takes it here. But why should it not have its usual meaning? Cleopatra, we know, was a being of infinite variety, and her eyes may sometimes have had, like those of some gypsies, a mysterious gravity or solemnity which would exert a spell more potent than her gaiety. Their color, presumably, was what is called black, but surely they were not, like those of Tennyson's Cleopatra, bold black eyes. Readers interested in seeing what criticism is capable of may like to know that it has been proposed to read, for the first line of the quotation above, "O this false fowl of Egypt, haggard charmer." Though I have not cancelled this note, I have modified some phrases in it, as I have not much confidence in my suggestion, and am inclined to think that Stevens was right. 1. As this lecture was composed after the publication of my Shakespearean tragedy, I ignored in it, as far as possible, such aspects of the play as were noticed in that book, to the index of which I may refer the reader. 2. See Note 3. Now whilst Antonius was busy in this preparation, Octavia his wife, whom he had left at Rome, would needs take sea to come unto him. Her brother Octavius Caesar was willing to it, not for his respect at all, as most authors do report, as for that he might have an honest colour to make war with Antonius if he did misuse her, and not esteem of her as she ought to be. Life of Antony, North's translation, Sect. 29. The view I take does not, of course, imply that Octavius had no love for his sister. 4. See Note B5. The point of this remark is unaffected by the fact that the play is not divided into acts and scenes in the folios. 6. See Note C7. See Note D8. Of the good heroines, Imogen is the one who has most of this spirit of fire and air, and this, in union, of course, with other qualities, is perhaps the ultimate reason why for so many readers she is, what Mr. Swinburne calls her, the woman above all Shakespeare's women. Shakespeare the man, such phrases as Shakespeare the man or Shakespeare's personality are, no doubt, open to objection. They seem to suggest that, if we could subtract from Shakespeare the mind that produced his works, the residue would be the man himself, and that his mind was some pure impersonal essence unaffected by the accidents of physique, temperament, and character. If this were so, one could but echo Tennyson's thanksgiving that we know so little of Shakespeare. But as it is assuredly not so, and as Shakespeare the man really means the one indivisible Shakespeare, regarded for the time from a particular point of view, the natural desire to know whatever can be known of him is not to be repressed merely because there are people so foolish as to be careless about his works and yet curious about his private life. For my own part, I confess that, though I should care nothing about the man if he had not written the works, yet, since we possess them, I would rather see and hear him for 5 minutes in his proper person than discover a new one. And though we may be content to die without knowing his income or even the surname of Mr. W.H., we cannot so easily resign the wish to find the man in his writings, and to form some idea of the disposition, the likes and dislikes, the character and the attitude towards life, of the human being who seems to us to have understood best our common human nature. The answer of course will be that our biographical knowledge of Shakespeare is so small, and his writings are so completely dramatic, that this wish, however natural, is idle. But I cannot think so. Doubtless, in trying to form an idea of Shakespeare, we soon reach the limits of reasonable certainty, and it is also true that the idea we can form without exceeding them is far from being as individual as we could desire. But it is more distinct than is often supposed, and it is reasonably certain, and although we can add to its distinctness only by more or less probable conjectures, they are not mere guesses, they really have probability in various degrees. On this whole subject there is a tendency at the present time to an extreme skepticism, which appears to me to be justified neither by the circumstances of the particular case nor by our knowledge of human nature in general. This skepticism is due in part to the interest excited by Mr. Lee's discussion of the sonnets in his Life of Shakespeare, and to the importance rightly attached to that discussion. The sonnets are lyrical poems of friendship and love. In them the poet ostensibly speaks in his own person and expresses his own feelings. Many critics, no doubt, had denied that he really did so, but they had not Mr. Lee's knowledge, nor had they examined the matter so narrowly as he, and therefore they had not much weakened the general belief that the sonnets, however conventional or exaggerated their language may sometimes be, do tell us a good deal about their author. Mr. Lee, however, showed far more fully than any previous writer that many of the themes, many even of the ideas, of these poems are commonplaces of Renaissance sonnet writing, and he came to the conclusion that in the sonnets Shakespeare unlocked not his heart but a very different kind of armory, and that the sole biographical inference deducible from them is that at one time in his career Shakespeare disdained no weapon of flattery in an endeavor to monopolize the bountiful patronage of a young man of rank. Now, if that inference is correct, it certainly tells us something about Shakespeare the man, but it also forbids us to take seriously what the sonnets profess to tell us of his passionate affection, with its hopes and fears, its pain and joy, of his pride and his humility, his self-reproach and self-defense, his weariness of life and his consciousness of immortal genius. And as, according to Mr. Lee's statement, the sonnets alone of Shakespeare's works can be held to throw any illumination on a personal trait, it seems to follow that, so far as the works are concerned, for Mr. Lee is not specially skeptical as to the external testimony, the only idea we can form of the man is contained in that single inference. Now, I venture to surmise that Mr. Lee's words go rather beyond his meaning. But that is not our business here, nor could a brief discussion do justice to a theory to which those who disagree with it are still greatly indebted. What I wish to deny is the presupposition which seems to be frequently accepted as an obvious truth. Even if Mr. Lee's view of the sonnets were indisputably correct, nay, if even, to go much further, the persons and the story in the sonnets were as purely fictitious as those of Twelfth Night, they might and would still tell us something of the personality of their author. For however free a poet may be from the emotions which he simulates, and however little involved in the conditions which he imagines, he cannot, unless he is a mere copyist, write 150 lyrics expressive of those simulated emotions without disclosing something of himself, something of the way in which he in particular would feel and behave under the imagined conditions. And the same thing holds in principle of the dramas. Is it really conceivable that a man can write some 35 dramas, and portray in them an enormous amount and variety of human nature, without betraying anything whatever of his own disposition and preferences? I do not believe that he could do this, even if he deliberately set himself to the task. The only question is how much of himself he would betray. One is entitled to say this, I think, on general grounds, but we may appeal further to specific experience. Of many poets and novelists we know a good deal from external sources. And in these cases we find that the man so known to us appears also in his works, and that these by themselves would have left on us a personal impression which, though imperfect and perhaps in this or that point even false, would have been broadly true. Of course this holds of some writers much more fully than of others, but, except where the work is very scanty in amount, it seems to hold in some degree of all. One If so, there is an antecedent probability that it will apply to Shakespeare too. After all, he was human. We may exclaim in our astonishment that he was as universal and impartial as nature herself, but this is the language of religious rapture. If we assume that he was 6 times as universal as Sir Walter Scott, which is praise enough for a mortal, we may hope to form an idea of him from his plays only 6 times as dim as the idea of Scott that we should derive from the Waverley novels. And this is not all. As a matter of fact, the great majority of Shakespeare's readers, lovers of poetry untroubled by theories and questions, do form from the plays some idea of the man. Knowingly or not, they possess such an idea, and up to a certain point the idea is the same. Ask such a man whether he thinks Shakespeare was at all like Shelley, or Wordsworth, or Milton, and it will not occur to him to answer I have not the faintest notion. He will answer unhesitatingly no. Ask him whether he supposes that Shakespeare was at all like Fielding or Scott, and he will probably be found to imagine that, while differing greatly from both, he did belong to the same type or class. And such answers unquestionably imply an idea which, however deficient in detail, is definite. Again, to go a little further in the same direction, take this fact. After I had put together my notes for the present lecture, I reread Bajo's essay on Shakespeare the Man, and I read a book by Goldwin Smith and an essay by Leslie Stephen, who, I found, had anticipated a good deal that I meant to say. To these 3 writers, with all their variety, have still substantially the same idea of Shakespeare, and it is the idea of the competent general reader more fully developed. Nor is the value of their agreement in the least diminished by the fact that they make no claim to be Shakespeare scholars. They show themselves much abler than most scholars, and if they lack the scholar's knowledge they are free from his defects. When they wrote their essays they had not wearied themselves with rival hypotheses, or pored over minutiae until they lost the broad and deep impressions which vivid reading leaves. Ultra-skepticism in this matter does not arise merely or mainly from the humility which every man of sense must feel as he creeps to and fro in Shakespeare's prodigious mind. It belongs either to the clever faddist who can see nothing straight, or it proceeds from those dangers and infirmities which the expert in any subject knows too well. The remarks I am going to make can have an interest only for those who share the position I have tried to indicate, who believe that the most dramatic of writers must reveal in his writings something of himself, but who recognize that in Shakespeare's case we can expect a reasonable certainty only within narrow limits, while beyond them we have to trust to impressions, the value of which must depend on familiarity with his writings, on freedom from prejudice and the desire to reach any particular result, and on the amount of perception we may happen to possess. I offer my own impressions, insecure and utterly unprovable as I know them to be, simply because those of other readers have an interest for me, and I offer them for the most part without argument, because even where argument might be useful it requires more time than a lecture can afford. For the same reason I shall assume, without attempting to define it further, and without dilating on its implications, the truth of that general feeling about Shakespeare and Fielding and Scott. But, before we come to impressions at all, we must look at the scanty store of external evidence, for we may lay down at once the canon that impressions derived from the works must supplement and not contradict this evidence, so far as it appears trustworthy. It is scanty, but it yields a decided outline. This figure that thou here seest put, it was for gentle Shakespeare cut, so Johnson writes of the portrait in the folio, and the same adjective gentle is used elsewhere of Shakespeare. It had not in Elizabethan English so confined a meaning as it has now, but it meant something, and I do not remember that their contemporaries called Marlowe or Johnson or Marston gentle. Next, in the earliest extant reference that we have to Shakespeare, the writer says that he himself has seen his demeanor to be civil. 3. It is not saying much, but it is not the first remark an acquaintance would probably have made about Ben Jonson or Samuel Johnson. The same witness adds about Shakespeare that divers of worship have reported his uprightness of dealing, which argues his honesty. Honesty and honest in an Elizabethan passage like this mean more than they would now, they answer rather to our honourable or honour. Lastly, we have the witness borne by Johnson in the words, I loved the man, and do honour his memory, on this side idolatry, as much as any. He was, indeed, honest, and of an open and free nature. With this notable phrase,